Good evening, good evening, good evening. I hope you're all doing well today. I know I am. Today, I must admit, has been so much better for me than yesterday was. Like, if yesterday was like a 3 out of 10 day, today has been like an 8 out of 10 or a 9 out of 10. It's been a good day. I got so much stuff done today. Like, I got good exercise in. I took care of the dog, got her a good walk. I did a bunch of cleaning around the house. I wrote an entire video script. I recorded an entire video script, got it shipped off to the editor. That probably won't come out until, I would guess, like next week. Because he was like, whoa, like, slow down. Just getting a lot of good stuff done. I am quite pleased with myself. Also, have to call out and congratulations to Hawk for being the first to find the new Twitch redeem, which is the first spawning redeem, which there is only one of. Only one person could do it every stream, and it's whoever's here first. And they get a whole call out for the day. So congrats to Hawk for being today's first spawning. But hopefully everyone's doing well. Lovely to see you all. Who else is here early today? Living Legend, good to see you. Morning Firestorm, Dorothy's Manservant, Razor Dragontail, Godzilla Rex, Omegon. How are you all? It's so lovely to see you, all my sweet beans. More stuff to use as proxies for my Zerganeth in TTS. I'm gaming with Glee the stuff I can do. Oh, that's awesome, Hawk. I need to pick up new hunt boards. I stopped picking these up, and it's like I should really still get them every once in a blue moon, because it doesn't hurt to get them. But how is everyone? How are you all? Well, I hope. Good and wonderful. But yeah, I'm very pleased with myself today. Excuse me. That was rigged. How dare Hawk beat you? Hawk was looking, man. Hawk was looking. The man was paying attention. I don't know what to tell you. My internet provider broke their internet, so I can't turn on my personal light. That fucking sucks. Alex, hope you're doing well. Wait, did I? Okay. Just gonna grab these because there's no reason not to. And I should really grab them every once in a blue moon. Okay. Let's start as we're kind of, everyone's like waking up and getting online. Also, we are attempting to stream on Twitter for the first ever time. I believe it is working. I'm not sure what the advantage of it is, but I know several people that swear up and down that it's something I should have been doing this entire time. So we are experimenting with that. Not gonna affect 99.99999% of people, but I think it's mainly just there to let people know that we're live. But it does seem to be working, so that's grand. Had to train someone to work and had a couple calls, but down and just chilled tonight. That's good. Yeah, I got so much done tonight that I'm like, hell yeah, man, I can just come on and enjoy myself now. I don't have to be like stressed about like, oh, there's all these things I need to do. Like there's a couple little things that I can take care of tomorrow, but that's tomorrow's problem. Only thing left I've really got to worry about today is I need to get dinner at some point, but not in a rush. We are not in a rush. Ah, the floating eyes. I still remember how crazy it was meeting these dudes for the first time. Like, they're such a casual enemy, but when you meet them for the first time, you have the whole storyline of them, like, eating girls' faces. And you're just like, oh my god, these things are horrifying. God, this class has so much good combo potential. And you just change so much shit together. Yeah, I was intending on streaming earlier today, but I was able to get a lot of things done. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna prioritize getting things done. And I feel really good about that. The standing courses. Okay. Anything else in this area? No, because then it starts taking us to Corthus. Okay. Ow. But how's y'all's days been? Oh, whoops, I don't need to. Well, I'm killing a bonus one. Whatever. Darthu's manservant! How good to see you. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Southern Thanaland. It's desert time, baby. Darthu's manservant. Lore fact question. To make Katep more interesting, so Grand Hierophant Katep, what kind of story would I like to be told about him? If you wanted to flesh out Hierophant Katep as the Grand Hierophant as a character, which I think would be a really good thing to do. He's a character that is barely fleshed out at all, because he didn't really exist until 8th edition fantasy, so we didn't get to spend a whole lot of time with him. But if you were going to tell a story with him, the story should very much be about... I would tell it in like 2 parts. The first part, I would focus on his life, like how he came to lead the mortuary cult, what was his journey like in order to reach that position. How many because Katep's immortal, right? Like, he's not like most Tomb Kings where they're dead. So you're already getting to have a very interesting story about a character who is still alive and still has to deal with all of the difficulties of being alive, and that he feels pain, and he sleeps, and he's tired, and his body is this wizened old haggard thing that he suffers from a lot of very unique difficulties that most Tomb Kings don't. But on the flip side of that, he's also luckier than many of them because he's not trapped in sort of an eternal hell of being an undead corpse. You know, he can still enjoy the pleasures of life. But with Katep, you have a character who goes through all these different ages. He was already very, very old when the whole thing, when Nagash goes down. And I think having a story that sort of follows throughout his life, but maybe it bounces back and forth between what he's up to in the modern era and what he was up to in different eras of his life, would be very, very fun. Because what Katep does nowadays, and has been doing for the last roughly 3,000... No, he's been doing for about the last 3-ish thousand to 4-ish thousand years, is that he's been desperately searching for answers about how to bring about the Great Awakening, which the Great Awakening would be the ritual that would allow the Tomb Kings to evolve into what they were promised. So taking them from these horrible dead mummies that are a mockery of life to something that is instead golden, immortal demigods. And I think following a journey of his as he goes to different places in the world, whether he's searching forgotten and lost tombs in Nehekhara, or he's invading the Lizardman temple cities of the Southlands, or he goes north into the Empire and maybe messes around with some of the cults or like the colleges of magic, like he infiltrates the colleges of magic, or you have a storyline about him going all the way to Nagaroth and he's pursuing like the origins of Nagash's necromancy, because Nagash's necromancy originates from the dark magic of the Dark Elves. Like the Dark Elves are the true progenitors of necromancy as we understand it. That's not that they would be able to use it in the form that Nagash does. Nagash's form of necromancy took their form of necromancy and made it significantly more specified and given a lot of really like nasty and powerful quirks and all that. But the use of dark magic to tear control of corpses away from the entities that normally would control them, and using the bodies in such a kind of nightmarish fashion, that originates from the Dark Elves, where the Dark Elves have used horrible spells to cause like swirling spirits to be eternally arcing around their great towers, shrieking in torment for eternity. Which you may go, oh, well, that kind of sounds a lot like what Nagash does with his like spirit hosts, and yeah, it does, doesn't it? But I think following a story like that would be so interesting for Katep, because really, like, his lore is basically non-existent. We know so little about him. We don't know anything about his journey. We don't know where he went. We have like a few scattered notes that say, oh yeah, he showed up and he dealt with this thing that happened in Nehekhara. And then there was another incident in Nehekhara where he dealt with this other thing. But like, what lore we have about him suggests that he never even left Nehekhara. He basically was like, Cetra went, oh, you're banished. And he went, oh no. And he basically just wandered around outside Kimri. Like, he never goes back to Kimri until the end times. But he just sort of wanders around aimlessly in Nehekhara itself, being like the wizard Batman and just showing up to kick the crap out of legions of greenskins or other invading forces before vanishing so that no one identifies him and gets him in trouble. But I think there's so much potential to give him a really, really interesting story that explores, well, what did he actually get up to? So that's what I would love to see. Vayer7, good to see you. Hello. Also, Tech27, welcome to the stream. Hello, hello, hello. Why do I think Games Workshop has not made minis for Old War that Total War fans can enjoy? Money is the simplest answer and the correct one. When Games Workshop started doing stuff for the old world, I think they were not convinced that it was going to be a successful miniature line. So instead of spending money on lots of development and new sculpts and all that other stuff, they went the super cheap route and instead just focused on nostalgia bait and released a bunch of miniatures that old fans would like. And I think maybe there was someone among them that was like, well, these are old minis, but like it's the minis that a lot of Total War is based on, so like maybe people will want them. I don't think people do personally. I think the vast majority of people want new miniatures, not old garbage ones that, in my opinion, just don't look good. But I suspect, I mean, from what we've heard, Old World has been significantly more popular than Games Workshop anticipated. Like, significantly more popular. So, if that is, and it shocked them a bit, which, if that's fully true, which granted, it's a bit of a rumor more than, like, confirmed, but the Old World has sold very, very, very well. And so, as part of that, if that causes Games Workshop to go, well, shit, guys, okay, we need to actually start making, like, a mini range of new stuff for people to get excited about and enjoy, and we want to try and grab that Total War audience. So you know what? Let's make, for instance, let's make a brand new Sector the Imperishable. That is going to require at least several years of development time.
Is there any characters that come to mind that have a huge fan base despite having little to no lore?
Abarash. Abarash would be the easiest example. And also, like, old characters that showed up once and then never got talked about again, like Kremlo. But, like, Abarash barely does anything ever in Warhammer. He's always existed very much in the background. And a lot of people are like, that's my guy, that's my favorite character. And it's like, there is almost nothing written about the man. Like, how can he be your favorite? But there's a number of characters that people attach to very closely, even though they like show up for a blink and you miss it stuff. Or more commonly, what happens nowadays, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing. I want to be really clear about this. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. This is just an observation. But in the modern eras of Warhammer, so especially after Warhammer Fantasy blew up, there have been a significant number of people whose only interaction with Warhammer lore has been reading the wiki. So everything they know about the setting comes from the wiki, or the wikis, I should say. And they were just sort of looking at stuff, and they would find something that looks cool and say, oh man, that character's really, really awesome. That character should like feature heavily in Total War. So like a really good example of this would be like Lord Mortkin, right? The Black Iron Reaver. Lord Mortkin was never a playable character. He never had a novel. And the only story he shows up in is a pretty fun, unique story in the back of the Warhammer Fantasy Big Red Book, which was like the core rulebook. But he, like, they made like a fun kit bash for him, and they gave you some like, oh, this is how we represented him in our game. And he's a cool character, but he basically shows up in that story, he does a couple of cool things, and then he dies. He dies in the exact same story that he shows up in. He doesn't have a larger impact on the setting, and most people that played like the tabletop game noticed his existence and then probably completely forgot about him. Outside of like the cool miniature stuff they did for the Siege of Volkanov, where they made a big like display model showing off the siege, which he doesn't even feature like super prominently in that particular display model. But a lot of people were like, Lord Mortkin is the GOAT. I love him. I read his wiki page. He's super badass. Like the way he dies is super cool. The way he like defies chaos at the end Like, what a cool character. I think this guy is the best, and this guy should be a Norscan legendary lord. And for me, it's like, okay, Lord Morkin has nothing to do with the history of Norska. Like, he's from Norska originally, but, and like, he, you know, his story sort of ties into the fact that he gets really, really salty that his home village in Norska is destroyed by the Empire, so he goes on a whole revenge plot. But, like, he's not a core part of, like, what makes Norska Norska. And he was never a truly playable character. He's someone that if you didn't buy the big rule book that cost like $80 at the time, which, like, man, that was, if only we realized how cheap that was at the time. But if you didn't have the like $80 rule book, you wouldn't even know he existed. Like, if you bought like the Warriors of Chaos books, and if you bought every single Chaos army book to ever exist, and every single Black Library book about Chaos that ever existed, if you owned all of that material, you would have no idea who Lord Morkin is. So, like, there's ones like that. There's also, like, another example. It's usually undead or Chaos characters, to be honest. But you also have characters like, oh god, what's his name? The big bad, Egil Stiersborn. That's his name. Egil Stiersborn is the primary antagonist of the Bretonnian Omnibus. And he's like a pretty cool Khorne character, but he doesn't really exist. I'm trying to remember. I don't think he exists at all outside of that novel. I don't think he shows up in anything else. But a lot of people really liked Egil Stiersborn in that novel. They found him to be like a really cool character. He's like this big badass Khorne dude who is very victorious in a big nasty siege. But like, he was never playable, he never had art, he was never given rules, he never showed up in any of the army books. I think he maybe gets a little mention in like a timeline section, but he's not critical to the setting. Whether you're a Bretonnian player or a Warriors of Chaos player, like, he's cool, he's kind of there. But I know people that were like, he should be the Khorne Legendary Lord. Like instead of Arbal the Undefeated, who had a miniature and was like a core aspect of the identity of Khorne back in older editions of Warhammer, and has had lore in every single Warriors of Chaos book and all this other stuff, we should have Egil Stiersborn instead of Arbal. Or, oh, he should be a Norscan character, even though he's like a fully dedicated Khorne big boss. Which I don't think that, I don't think any of the legendary lords for Norska should ever be monogod. Or, yeah, they should all be undivided, in my opinion. But, so, like, people just have different priorities. And I don't think it's because there are people that are like, well, this is I just like Jim Bob, because I just like Jim Bob. I think it's genuinely that they just engaged with the setting in a very particular way. So they saw it on a YouTube video, or they saw it on a wiki, and so for them, they don't have the context of whether that thing is more of like a cute note that some random writer at Games Workshop tossed into a book, or if that's like a significant story thing, and a character that is like core to the identity of the set. Yeah, there's a lot of glub shittos in Warhammer. That is, God, that's so true. Oh yeah, Scretch Half Dead. Oh my God, Scretch Half Dead is such a good example of that. I'll put it. Don't want to know how irrelevant Scretch Half Dead is as a character. So for those that don't know, Scretch Half Dead is one of the captains of the Dread Fleet, which is Count Noctilus's super fleet of bad guys from Dread Fleet. So most of the characters of Dreadfleet do not exist outside of that game. So for instance, Count Noctilus actually gets mentioned in the 8th edition Vampire Count's book, and the oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember his name. Roth, the big guy of the Order team. I can't remember his name right now. The good guy pirate who steals from the Grand Theogenes. Like, he got a novel featuring him as the main character because of Dreadfleet. He got Jago Roth, yes. He featured as like the big character of the novel. So he at least had like a Black Library novel dedicated to him, even though it wasn't super well, it didn't do crazy good, sales wise, but like, you know, we understand a lot about him. But Scretch Half Dead, let me put you in perspective of how irrelevant he is, even though there are a lot of people who want him as a legendary lord or a legendary hero for the Vampire Coast. Scretch Half Dead has more dialogue. He has more dialogue in the loading screens of Total War Warhammer than he does in any other published material. And that's because Total War Warhammer gave him a singular loading screen where he has like 2 or 3 sentences and a quote. And in everything else, he never talks. Ever. Because he's not like important at all. He's just like a little goofy villain for the Dreadfleet characters, but like we never really get to see him do anything or communicate much, because when you're reading the book, it's not really about the captains. Like the destruction or the Dreadfleet captains, we barely ever see any of them. I think the only one you actually see is Noctilus, and even Noctilus doesn't talk in that book. Count Noctilus, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to speak Reichspiel, because he's a wordless antagonist in the Dreadfleet novel. Like, you would expect him to be like a typical vampire, where like they're really, really wordy and they like to ramble and be like, "Wah ha ha, I'm so evil." Wah, ha, ha. But no, he's very quiet. he's a silent villain. Like, I think he like hisses and he's like, "Ha!" like almost feral vampire vibes. But they never actually he never actually says anything. But anyway, yeah. So CA gave us Gorst, yeah, which was a mistake. I think most of us would agree. I don't think Gorst was a good idea, and that was also the very first DLC they ever did, when they were making a lot of mistakes because they had no idea what they were doing, and they had no idea how popular the Total War Warhammer franchise was going to be. If they had known, they would not have been that lazy with picking their first DLC characters. Which is to say that I don't think it's a good argument to be like, well, we've got Gorst, so it's like, well, yeah, and that was a mistake. We could do better now. Upper Lenosha, Bronze Lake. But don't let me get in the way of your dreams. Like, please don't. If you're someone that's like, but I want Glub Shadow, then you know what? I support you. I think that you should do everything in your power to constantly lobby for your Glub Shadow to get in the game. Like, you want Slambo in the game? I think Slambo is dumb as fuck. But if you want Slambo in the game, go off, Queen or King or whatever you are. You know, live your truth. Live your truth. Could Count Noctilus be from Cathay? No, we know where he's from. He's from Sylvania. Because his original name was Nicholas von Karstein. But he's he decided that he wanted to be really edgy after he took over the Maelstrom, and he started calling himself Count Noctilus, because he's like, ooh, I need to have like a villain name, which is very silly, but also kind of relatable, because I feel like people like to do that. Like, I would, if I was in a world like Warhammer, I would definitely be one of those losers that would constantly be trying to come up with kick-ass names for myself. Alec, good to see you. Killix, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a great day. Now, yeah, like, when I think about the Vampire Coast, like, there's so many fun characters you could have for legendary heroes. I wouldn't mind Scratch Half Dead. Like, as long as he's not a legendary lord. I would hate him as a legendary lord. But as a legendary hero, yeah, he'd be fine. I think I'd rather have Vangeist. I feel like Vangeist would make a better legendary hero because he would be the first, like, Warhammer undead ghost legendary hero, which would be really, really cool. Because we got the Green Knight, who is similar. He's a spirit, so he's like, for all intents and purposes. But I feel like Vangeist would have some really fun theming to him, especially because he could like have a bound spell version of Vangeist Revenge, because it's his ship, and he could be like, "Rah!" and like a whole ship comes out of the fucking ground and just bombards everyone, which just sounds really fun. Tech 27, I don't know if I already said good evening to you, but in case I didn't, good evening. But tell me, what's good with y'all? How's y'all's day been? Some of you say, it's the Lion. Good to see you. How are you? Oh shit, that's a level 48. Ah! I know I need to kill that for a little mark thing for funsies, but I didn't realize that was such a higher. He was such a higher level compared to me. Run, run, flee, flee! Run, run, flee, flee! Fighting a mountain of Easter leftovers. Nice. Okay, real quick, I'm gonna turn into Dragoon and spank that dog. Killed 4 of them. I don't know why I'm bothering with this. I don't think I need allied seals, but you never know. I'm in the area, might as well do it, I suppose. Isn't there a spot in here where there's like a bunch of them? Yeah, there we go. Alright, back to Bart. Alright, what else am I hunting? I need more ice sprites. There we go. Still need one more of those little turds. I see just the perfect target. You finished an RP event? Oh, that's good, Alex. Was it fun? Alright, that's all we needed of that. I need a feral croc. Okay, I know where those are. I also need a Vodoriga, and a Baratine Croc. Apparently it's crocodile killing time. Feels Sadie would object to this quest of yours here in the Alps. I object to the quest because of the Alps. I don't think Sadie gives a shit, to be honest. That dog just kind of lives in her own world. I don't know why I decided to go this way, but I guess I am. I'm not sure where these crocodiles are. This White Brim's a pretty decent sized area. Hipposurfs. It's a B rank or a C rank, one of the two. Behemoth's Domain, that's not it. Slambo, you made that up? Yes, Slambo is a real character. Yes. Slambo is actually a very beloved character. He's old, though. Like, Slambo is hysterically old. There they are. It's spooky when they're a notably higher level than you and all your texts just keep missing. Alright, we just gotta wait for some to respawn, but I guess I can kill an ice spray while I'm waiting. I always hate when you get a hunting log thing. They're like, kill 5 or 4 or whatever of this thing, and you go to the area, and there's only like 2 that spawn at a time. It's like, ugh. It takes so long! About Archeon getting a visual update, is he supposed to look different? Apparently. I would guess they want to bring back his, like, super glowy... Oh, there's some above me. That's weird. Okay. I would guess that they want to bring back his, like, super glowy helmet. Would be my assumption. Because in his original design, if you go back and look at, like, Warhammer 3, and, like, the cutscenes and stuff they did for it, he's supposed to have this, like, ridiculously over-the-top glowy helmet. So that could be like one of the big things they want to change. I remember when they told me that. They actually told me that when I was at the event. When I went over there in person and we recorded the like Nagash or the End Times reveal show for the 25th anniversary thing. That was where they were like, oh yeah, we're gonna do a visual overhaul for Archaon. And I was like, again? Like, didn't we just do one? Like, you remember when y'all like redid his animations and you gave him like Dorgar, like that sexy upgrade? Like, did he need another one? And I guess the answer was yes. So it's like, sure, why not? I don't imagine he's gonna look like crazy different, but I could be wrong. You know, it's like, personally, I would rather see them, like, upgrade Morgar's look. Like, if Morgar the Shadowgave could get a redesign to make him more like his art, or more like his tabletop. Because they accidentally made Morgar's, like, his hair, the big hair weave that he has, doesn't go nearly far enough down on his body. And he also just has like regular ass legs, and it just looks super weird. Because whenever you look at like his miniature or his art, he's so big, like he's so scary looking because he's just this huge hulking mass. And it's like, I understand they're like, well, we can't like make him constantly mutating and all freaked out looking, but like, come on, we could give him like, maybe his like lower side could be like more about like tentacles and an undulating mass that or like more than just two legs, or the legs that he does have are like super thick and freaky looking. I've always found it really weird that he just kind of has like basic ass skinny goat legs. And he moves too normally. Like, I really wish Morgar's movement cycle looked more like a, I wish his movement cycle looked a lot more like Chaos Spawn. Because in Tabletop, he literally moves like a Chaos Spawn. Like, he has the same randomized movement. And it's supposed to represent the fact that he shambles. And it's like really weird looking when he's moving towards you. Because he's not natural. There's nothing natural about him. I would love, if we ever get another like major Beastman piece of content, I would love for Morgar to get like a significant visual overhaul. All right, Vodoriga, which is north of here. Who is Slambo? He's a really old Chaos Warrior with like this really silly green armor. He's got two axes. He's a character from like first edition. A lot of people that love him because he's really goofy looking. Or they're like really old head Warhammer fans. Like true longbeards, like before I was born Warhammer fans, and they just really like their nostalgia bait. Where are the little demon boys I'm looking for? Looks Slambo up, he looks kind of generic. He is. That's kind of the point. Where the fuck? Am I missing like a hole in the ground? No, that's White Brim. Is there? Yeah, okay, there's a pit I can go into. There it is. He's basically John Chaos Warrior, yeah. Yeah, that's probably the biggest thing that honestly I think separates me from a lot of the older Warhammer fans. Like older than me, which is not a lot of them, but there's a decent number. Is that I feel like a lot of them really love the old goofy ass proportion models that just look very cartoony and silly. Like I don't like old minis. I think old minis, the vast majority of them look terrible. But I know a lot of people that are like, no, the old minis are like the best thing ever. Like I remember I was reading a discussion where someone was talking about like they hate the Black Orcs. And I was like, oh, they don't like the Black Orcs from like Age of Sigmar. No. It turns out they don't like any of the Black Orcs after like 1995 or whatever it was. Where like the old Black Orcs were super... they were super goofy looking and like they weren't even covered head to toe in armor. Like they didn't wear all that much armor. The idea of them being covered like head to toe in plate came later. And he was like, I really hate when they're all covered in armor. And I'm like, bro, if they're not covered in armor, then those are not Black Orcs. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Exiled One, good to see you. How are you today? Can non-high elves learn the dragon song? Theoretically, yes. But in order to learn the dragon song, you would almost certainly have to know how to use, you would have to know how to use high magic. So you would need to be a very powerful and accomplished wizard. It's not something you could just like, that could be like the one thing you know. You would almost certainly have to know significantly more than that. Yo, let's go! Alright, hunt log complete. Alright, it's time to start dungeon shenanigans. If there's anyone that wants to join. I also need to do more Mog stuff today. Not bad. How about you? I'm doing pretty good today. I've been doing a really good job of the fuck? I've been doing a really good job of getting a lot done today, which makes me really happy. There's a hawk. Anyone else going once? Huh. Not often I see people doing a fate that I could join with. Fun. We need a steady 4 through the dungeon polycule. It's true. Fishman today, my lord. I mean, we finished the... We are going to be doing the next major story bit for the not the Mughals, the Namazu, which are technically fishmen. So yes, there will be fishmen today. They really make you walk this bitch all the way through this tunnel. Cute. Wait, what? Does this start into like a whole... Oh, wow, okay, this like chained into another one. That's interesting. It's not often you find a fate that chains into another fate. Well, when in Rome. It's not often I meet other players actually doing, like, content like this. Shoot faster! Shoot faster! There's one more part after this? Okay, cool. Well, this is a fun one. It's just really frantic. Okay, we got part 3. Oh, big dragon. This is a nice proper boss fight too. How would the Glockade even work as Warhammer 3? They'd probably work like they do on tabletop, where they're just a big, massive motherfucking monster that has a lot of notably strong powers. This is one of those ones I don't think it'd be possible to do by yourself. Like, this dude has a ton of health. Ruh-roh. Oh, what? It went from having a lot of health to just being fucking dead. Oh, we got an achievement for that. That's cool. Ring of Fire. Nice. I do love achievements. You forgot you could grease it? You can instantly kill it? Well, that's no fun. I'm glad you let us fight it at least for a little bit. That would have been... I feel like insta-killing it would have been a little upsetting. Oops, I forgot to ready check. I sense my mark to the north. You don't say. To the west. That's east. Oh, there it is. Monarch Ogrefly. I can't kill it on Archer, but I can kill it on Dragoon real fast. There we go. Oh. Brad just DC'd. Rip. Roommate's timing is terrible. They reset the modem. Oh no! Do you want us to wait? We can wait for it if you want. I don't know if you're like, I'm coming right back, or if you're like, I gotta go do other stuff. Coming right back? Okay, I'll go ahead and, well, we'll wait. I'm gonna go ahead and start my next Bard quest. Ah, that glint of determination in your eyes is a testament to your newfound strength. You put me in mind of my salad days, Dalcarius. Hmm? You would know why I truly abandoned the battlefield and became a bard? That I took an arrow in the knee is what most folk believe. Are you... are you fucking serious? They brought up the arrow in the knee shit reference. But it is quite clear you are not most folk. Very well, I shan't insult your intelligence with an untruth. For now, allow me to answer by saying that everything in creation is given to a change, and man most of all. I was drawn to the power of song, the power to touch the very souls of men, and decided that I must pursue it. Sadly, that power has been all but forgotten in this age of cynicism. Such songs as those performed by tavern bards serve no purpose beyond the amusement of drunkards. But that was not always the way of it. There was a time when song could shape the outcome of conflict. Ever since nations first quarreled, armies have fielded archers wherewith they rained death upon the enemy from afar. As the battle unfolded, however, the distinction between the lines of friend and foe would grow hazy. Yet the archer's part did not end there. He had to stay ever alert, with arrow nocked and eyes trained upon the struggle. Even as his comrades fell, turning the earth red with their blood, the archer could ill afford to avert his gaze, lest that moment cost another his life. One need not have a vivid imagination to appreciate the torrent of emotions that raged within him in that moment. Nerves near to fraying, his breast fit to burst, the archer did the only thing he could. He sang. His bow became a makeshift instrument, plucked as an accompaniment. At first, the archer sang only to still the roiling within, but his voice chanced to carry to his comrades. It inspirited those engaged in combat, lending strength to their sword arms, and to those who lay upon the precipice of death, it granted a measure of peace. Realizing the tactical potential of song, yet loath to set aside skilled archers for that purpose, armies began raising dedicated regiments of minstrels. But the members of such units were no warriors, Dalcarius. Fair of voice and nimble of finger, these career minstrels could find a place in the hall of any lord. Yet they knew not of the burden borne by those who charge into battle, those whose lot is to dance with death and sup on pain, and so their songs rang hollow, holding no power over the hearts of men. In eastern Lenosha, spirits are said to haunt the trees of Raincutcher Gully. I would ask you to travel there and await the emergence of these specters. Through force of arms, you are to release the spirits from their tormented existence, and, in the doing, ease their unfathomable suffering. With such a deed, you might draw forth an ancient melody from the soul of the bard. That's kind of a cool story. I like the world building of how Archer turns into bard, where it's the idea of archers on ancient battlefields were so stressed and were suffering from so much inner turmoil that there's some legendary figure who started to pluck at his bow and treat it as like a one-string guitar to create music to steady himself with, and it started steadying those around him and started to spread naturally. That's a cool concept. That's a cool concept. Apparently they're not done with it as they're setting some new stuff. Go ahead and run with you well. Join you once I get the all clear. Okay, thank you, Bright Eyes. I appreciate the heads up on that. I'm gonna do this quest real fast, so you've got until then. As soon as I'm done with this quest, we're gonna start hopping into dungeons. If you're not ready by then, that's alright. Oops. Accidentally shot myself off the cliff. It's so weird to me that, like, they're like, dead people's souls, and they're like these cute little fat globe things. Oh, that's it. Okay, I thought I was gonna have to, like, play a song or something. Nope, just had to shoot some little ghost orbs. Imagine a Lothern Skycutter pulled by the Great Spirit Longma. Although cool, it would probably not be as elegant of a ride. It would probably struggle much more with what the Lothern Skycutter specializes in, which is like being very deft and swift and twisting and turning and dodging and yada yada yada.
I accept your offering for Moda Clan.
At sign of the Emperor 1240 donated $10 through Super Chat. Since we're aiming to start doing more Stormblood side content now, I'd say do the 4 Lords trials between Bard and Warrior leveling, then the Avalice Alliance raids between Warrior and Monk. That'll
probably be how it'll go down, something along those lines, yep. Welcome back, Dalcarius. I see in your eyes I see a layer of understanding, of regret, and of futility. And in your heart, it now echoes with the strains of an old song newly discovered. Embrace this song, and as you play it in battle, shall ever more powerful emotions beset and temper your soul. When your stock of tales has grown, pray return and regale me with stories of your adventures. Hooray, we learned a new song! The Warden's Pain. And what does this do? Removes one select detrimental effect from self or target party member. If the target is not enfeebled, a barrier is created nullifying the target's next detrimental effect suffered. That's really cool. That's a really nice support ability. What's the cooldown on that? 45 seconds. Wow, okay. Probably gonna... that's fine for the moment. We might do some harder rearranging stuff soon. Good old Gotrek and Felix. Good old Gotrek and Felix. I have it. What happened? What's the Wolfram news? What's the lowdown? Drop the deets! It's a new one specifically set the old world, the Bretonian artist. Oh, I did see the Bretonian art. Do we have any details on it, or is it just the artwork right now? It was a nice looking piece of art, though. I will say that. Oops. I think it says artwork, sadly. I didn't know Cubicle... Yeah, oh, yeah. Cubicle 7, they announced the old world RPG a while back. I think it's still in early... I think it's still, like, in pre-orders. Like, if you pre-order it, though, you, like, get the book immediately. Ba-ba-bum. I love leveling up. It gives me the tickles in all the good places. What? Buying it now then? Yeah, I've heard it's pretty fun. I haven't had a chance to try it myself yet. Like, I know very little about it. I need to pick it up, but I'm trying to be careful with my money right now. So, like, I'm not spending it unless I have no other choice. Eat quick knocks! Get quick knocked! Leonardo Dojinshi. Hilarious name. That is a genuinely fucking hilarious name. Hey, I'm almost through Beast Slayer, and what type of wizard is Max Scriber? Ha 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 ha. Oh, Leonardo. Oh, Leonardo. Oh my dear sweet Leonardo. Isn't that an excellent question? That is one of the unfortunate great mysteries of Warhammer Fantasy. Nobody knows. Because unfortunately, the authors of Go Trek and Felix, of which there were a few, not a ton, but a few, they all appear to have had different ideas about which Lord Magic Max Scriber uses. Where some of them wanted him to be a light wizard, others wanted him to be like a gold wizard or a celestial wizard. But it's kind of up to viewer interpretation. Because it's just one of those things the author kind of oopsied a few times. The general consensus, well, no, I wouldn't say that. It depends on who you ask. In my opinion, it makes the most sense for Max Scriber to be a light wizard. But personality-wise, he is fairly unusual for a light wizard. Personality-wise, he's much more, he almost feels more like a metal wizard or perhaps an Azir wizard. But I think most people interpret him as a light wizard. But it's nobody knows. It's one of those things that we really don't know for sure, and Games Workshop has never officially answered it. Because Games Workshop doesn't really fucking care. They're like, oh, he's a Black Library character. Why do we give a fuck? Maybe one day we will get an answer, but it is not this day. I feel like I've been in this manor dungeon a lot lately. Not that I'm complaining. This dungeon's not that big of a deal. It's not nearly. They really cut down on the amount of time you waste in it now. It flows much better. Ballad! I will always find it hilarious that they couldn't find a voice actor to do that part. They were like, let's just use the stock woman screams in horror sound. That's fine. Who's gonna notice? Everyone. Everyone noticed. I love I pulled out a crossbow for that. Level up! Nice. Hell yeah, I got to 39 off that. That's kick-ass. Right eye still there? I would like to run a 39 dungeon if y'all are cool with that. I'll save the rest of my dailies for when my bard gets to 50. Bryce, did you still want to join us for running a few dungeons? Totally cool if not. It's the end. Have a great night. Thanks so much for coming by. Lovely to see you. That man just fucking died. I don't know why he died, but he died. Alright, what dungeon can I do for here? Cutter's Cry. Someone's got a tank! Oh, Blue Mage self-destruction? Rip. Does Mathline have a consort the way Kane has Marathi? Not that we're aware of, but probably. He casts wards, heals the sick, fights corruption, skims mines, makes protective bubbles, and casts chain lightning all in the same book. Mac Driver might as well be Techless himself. To be fair, there are... There are hypothetical ways that he could do that while only knowing one lore of magic. Mostly thanks to a concept known as petty magic, which allows some little casual things. The chain lightning is the most impressive of those, which would suggest that he is a heavens wizard. But yeah, yeah, you know, it's best. Ooh, barrage. Oh, that's so cool! It lets me, like, guarantee fire the abilities I want to fire. That's fun. Max has the rule of cool, whatever saves the day, he gets it. That's very true. That's probably the most reliable way to look at it. I believe he's a secret Tzeentch worshipper. I suppose that is theoretically possible. And you know, it's worth admitting that when like Beast Slayer was written, right? When Beast Slayer was written, the colleges of magic and the lores of magic and everything we understand about magic functioned quite a bit differently than it does in later lore, which is one of the big things. In later lore, the winds of magic are very distinct and separated, and like the way the colleges work is very distinct, and there's like very, very, very little overlap between. There's supposed to be little overlap between the wizards of the various lords. When a lot of Gotrek and Felix was written, which was around like 5th to 6th edition Warhammer Fantasy, back in 5th edition Fantasy, wizards just had a bunch of cards, and you had like a deck of cards, and wizards could use a lot of really, what we would consider nowadays to be very bizarre spells. So a lot of what you're seeing in Gotrek and Felix isn't that the author like doesn't understand how magic works. Good old fucking not Mike Lee. Grr, I'm having a brain fart. You know what I'm talking about. The original one. Because he doesn't hand over the series until much later. But I want to say Beast Slayer would have been... He would have written Beast Slayer with 5th edition rules in mind. Where, like, the colleges of magic technically existed, but they weren't, like, super fleshed out like they will be in much later lore. William King, thank you. Yes, William King. Yeah, William King. You know, a lot of his tenure was Warhammer Fantasy being much older. So in his time, the colleges of magic, as we understand them now, were not that. So it's just one of those series that's really weird. Gotrek and Felix in general, just because so much changed over the course of the series being a thing. I mean, just wait. I won't say what book it's in, but there's an entire major story in Gotrek and Felix which focuses hard on the Storm of Chaos. Like, the Storm of Chaos is the major plot of that book, of the main storyline. And then the next book, like, the rest of the books have to try and deal with the ramifications of the fact that they had a major storyline revolving around something that got retconned out of existence. Which is really awkward. And Max is just an example, a good example of that. Does Cetra have a queen consort? No, not that we're aware of. As far as we know, Cetra never had a queen. He had concubines. So he had a harem.
Yes, yes.
Ah.
Good. I accept your offering for Motor Clan.
Very rude of him to interrupt my song like that.
1,240 donated 14 Australian dollars and 99
Oh, thank you, Sam.
through Super Chat. I hope you're enjoying how much all the various job storylines are helping to further flesh out the buildings. Any hopes or expectations for the remaining jobs you've got?
I would not say that I have any major hopes or expectations for the remaining ones. I mean, what they decide to cover tends to vary a lot, which is nice. Like, that's good. I think based on my experience thus far, probably the one that I'm looking the most forward to is going to be the Gladiator storyline, because I'm curious if it's going to tie in and give any more details on everyone's favorite general, good old General Raban, because the careers that like tie into the big bosses are always super fun. And the arena just seems like a really interesting place within Limsa. No, not Limsa. Ulda. Rank 40, let's go! We're cruising. We're cruising for a bruising. We're doing great. You actually started off with Gladiator. It's a very fun storyline. I'm looking forward to it. None of them have been bad. I will say that.
Hunt down those lizard trinkets.
I will say, so far, granted, we're still not done with it, but so far, Bard Archer, the storyline's been a little weak. Shikigami Nekomata, how you doing? Oh no, did we lose our healer? Bright eyes! We can find our way to the boss chamber at least. Oh, you were healing, okay. Wub, 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 wub. I'm making NPC Stormweaver high up to be a consort to Mathland. Her way of casting spells is singing to him to calm or conjure his wrath. That's really cool, Exiled One. That's a very cool concept. I like that a lot. That is a very, very fun way to interpret Stormweaver magic. So fun fact about Final Fantasy XI, at least, originally healing was so slow you had to do a macro to make your character kneel to restore health faster. That's fucking hilarious. Also, I feel like there's something that could be said about if telling someone if they want heals, they better get on their knees. Like, you what? Oh, it was server side. That's weird. All right, we'll wait for you. I think. I don't think we can kill this thing without a healer. Technically can? Oh. Judge Dredd, hello. How are you doing this evening? Whew. Oh, there they are. I see them running. Did I see the pick you made last night? Yes, I did. I forgot to do anything with it, but I did see it. Oh, he still got me? That's bullshit. Not bad, how am I? I'm actually doing really good today. Thank you for asking. I had a very productive day, and that always makes me feel really good about myself. Because I often really struggle being productive. But I got good exercise today. I ate good food today. I took Sadie for a walk. I picked up the backyard, so there's no more dog shit out there. Ba 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 ba. I vacuumed my office, so I got some cleaning done. Holy shit, Shikigami, thank you so much for the 10 gift subs. Thank you. You cutie patootie. You sexy bean. Thank you so much for that. Oh no. Did Throt break? Is he gonna read off every one of those? Don't do it. No! Throt! No! Throt, please! No! I'm muting him. I'm muting him. We have taken Throt's talking privileges away. for the next, like, 5 minutes. Bluebell got a sub. Nice. Okay, let's do another dungeon. Just because I got a new one unlocked, so it's still moderately entertaining. You throttled the Throt? I thrungled the Throt. That's what I actually did. Bro, Throt was just gonna, he was gonna yap until the end of the universe. Shiki, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Never mind, he's not done yet. But now I'm in a dungeon, so I can't be bothered to stop him. Y'all will just have to endure the cursed Sotek spawn.
Another wretched foulness thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn. Another wretched foul-lizard thing joins the red host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hope our heals are good. Keep firing! Keep firing! Oh, I love Barrage. Barrage is such a good ability. Holy shit. You think to use a buffed version of Straight Shot or Wide Volley? Oh, delicious. I should switch these. I'm gonna make a mental note to do that after this fight. Which race needs a rework after vampire counts? Demons of Chaos. Demons of Chaos need a rework more desperately than anyone else in the entire game. It's not even a question. It is the worst race in the entire game. Demons of Chaos sucks massive donkey balls. But the more likely answer, most people don't count Demons of Chaos, but outside of Demons of Chaos, I would say Bretonia. Bretonia is probably the next faction, or the next race that needs like a pretty significant overhaul. Though I would argue they also need a DLC. I hate the Demons of Chaos in their current form so much. Be'lakor should be moved to the Demons of Chaos, and the entire faction should be reworked to have like a tech tree and be interesting, and they should also get a mini DLC pack that gives them all of their missing units, because they are actually missing several units. And just like move Be'lakor over, restructure it so that it's a pure demon army, no mortals. They could get mortals through campaign mechanics, just like the Warriors of Chaos can get demons through campaign mechanics, but all of them should be more about it should be more about you're trying to unify and build up demonic legions, as opposed to you're trying to like turn yourself into a god, mono god character. Like, I think Daniel should still have his customization as a core component. You know what? I'm gonna switch those. That way I can use hotkeys for that. I'm gonna die mad unless they move Be'lakor. Like, and that's like the one thing that gets me so pissy with the Total War community, is so many people are like, no, Bellacor's fine. I'm like, no! How dare you? You lack vision! You don't see the truth! How can you not see it? How can you be so blind? How do you not understand that Be'lakor, who in every tabletop iteration of the character, every single one, even in Age of Sigmar, he leads demon factions. He doesn't lead mortal factions. The only mortals he has are like little agents that spread his cults, which could work if he was a Demons of Chaos faction. Oh, that's my Glub Shadow, I'm gonna die on this hill thing, is that anyone who thinks Be'lakor should not be reworked, should not have a major rework to make him into a Demons of Chaos faction, is objectively wrong. They're objectively wrong. They don't understand the game. Their opinion is bad, and they should feel bad. And they should submit a written apology to me as soon as possible, explaining that they didn't understand the lore significance of why Be'lakor being a Warriors of Chaos character is stupid as fuck, and that they didn't understand that historically and tabletop-wise, he belongs in the Demons of Chaos leading them, and that the Demons of Chaos are fully deserving of a full rework, because we all know that Daniel is the worst character in the game because he's just not interesting. I will die on that hill. They're gonna find me balls deep on that hill. Impossible of being removed. Like, it's gonna be the equivalent of Excalibur in the stone. Whoever can pull me out will be King of England. But it will only happen after CA fixes Bellator. Otherwise, I am entrenched. There's just no other way about it. Die, you big bitch. Daniel was interesting when he was Yuri Sweet on Katarin. Yeah, the problem with Daniel, honest to goodness, so like setting memes aside, the problem with Daniel, outside of like the fact that his faction is missing a lot of mechanics, like they don't have a tech tree, which is no good. They should definitely have a tech tree. So having no tech tree, that's no bueno. Not having a not having like a good cultist system like all of the other demon characters do, that's no bueno. Not having the great game system where like you can get buffs based on which of the dark gods is ascended, that's not great. So setting all of that aside, my biggest bugbear when it comes to Daniel, honestly, is that CA wanted to make him a Build-A-Bear character, right? So like the idea is supposed to be that he's a Build-A-Bear. It's a build your own demon prince. So you get to make you get to decide what god you want to dedicate him to, and you get to decide all these things, but they only went halfway on it. They kind of dropped the ball, where what the goal should have been is that it should have been about making him a genuinely unique, customized experience. In that you should have been able to determine his background and like his voice actor. Like if you want your demon prince to be a lady, great, you pick option 1. If you want your demon prince to be a dude, great, pick option 2. If you want them to be Kislevite, pick Origin 1. If you want them to have been from the Empire, pick Origin 2. If you want them to be from Bretonia, pick Origin 3. And it should have been like you get a different voice actor who has different lines. And because the problem is they want to act like it's supposed to be a customizable character, but then they gave him a canonical background where he's Kislevite, he's from Kislev, and he was Katarin's lover, which is, I wish they would pick a side. Like because if he's meant to just be Prince Yuri, then he should just be Prince Yuri. But instead they're like, oh no, we're gonna make him so that you can customize his name, but you're not actually getting to customize him because he has to have that background. And it's just unfortunate. The whole thing's just unfortunate. This is, we're talking about Total War Warhammer. Yeah. This is getting a little dicey. Oh, welcome back, Bright Eyes. Perfect timing. Poor Bright Eyes having connection issues. That always sucks. Boom, 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 boom. I'm leveling so consistently. This is so nice. I want those cufflinks. Noise. When do I think Total War Warhammer 40,000 will come out? Probably next summer would be my guess. I would think next summer. Currently playing through Bloodborne. I've ever played it. No, I've never played Bloodborne. I don't own a PlayStation. Oh, dang it. I'm not a high enough level to do like a new dungeon, but that's fine. I actually like Stone Vigil. Base Stone Vigil. Upgraded Stone Vigil's a little It's a little gimmicky. But Base Stone Vigil's a pretty fun time. It's not too long either. Egg. And I'm more powerful this run. Bloodborne is a game I think I would really love to play through, but I don't want to buy a PlayStation. And I don't think they're ever going to release that game on PC. Because Sony knows it's like their one big remaining game that a lot of people are like, I really want to play that on PC. And they're like, well, too fucking bad. Huh! Pirate? Can you pirate? Like a stable playable copy of Bloodborne for PC? Not that I would ever do something like that. I would never commit an illegal act. Not me. Never. I always follow the law. Yes, indeedy. Oh, you can emulate the console. Ah. I do love how Bard can just make everyone haul ass. That is fun. Ba-da-da, up, 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 ba-da-da, up, up, up. Fucking ice sprites. I feel like the ice sprites were always the bane of my existence when I was tanking in this dungeon. Like, they hit like so fucking hard compared to everything else. And I don't know if it's because they deal like aspected damage or something. Like, because it's like, oh, it's magical ice damage, therefore it cuts through your regular defenses. It's like, oh! Any stream collab or Lordbeards this week and next? So, I haven't heard from Andy in regards to tomorrow. I have pinged him about it several times. But I have yet to hear from him. So I would assume it's just me for tomorrow. However, although we are still making absolutely sure there won't be any problems with it, I am very excited to say that we will be doing a very, very, very big collab, me and Andy, on the 12th of April. I don't think I'm allowed to say what it is yet. So I will tell y'all what it is as soon as I'm allowed to, but I can say y'all are going to be excited. Probably. Most likely. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a really good time. Is Lord of the Anti? No, it's not Total War related. I can tell you it has nothing to do with Total War. Ba, 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 ba. Bro, look at all those chained wide volleys. Delicious. Love the Cetra video today. Please, Mighty Joffrey's here to give my boy some goodies. Well, thank you, Attila. A, thank you for watching. I really appreciate that. And B, I'm really glad you enjoyed it. I've got another video of the exact same type, but about a different character that will be coming probably at the end of this week or early next week. But you'll just have to stay tuned for that. Really hope Cetra gets those items. If you can, I would just saying, it really genuinely, honest to God, helps if you have time to pop over on like the Total War subreddit or the Total War Discord, like the official one, and just like start a thread, or if you see a thread, add to it, just leave a comment being like, I second this man. Creative Assembly genuinely, like, a lot of people don't believe this, but it's true. I've literally seen the way they do it. But they like literally will look around on like the forums and the Discord and the subreddit and like a couple other places on the internet. They will go around and look to see what people are talking about and what people are asking about. And we'll be like, oh, well, if enough people are asking about it, that's something we should prioritize doing. So if you want to see Cetro get those items, for the love of God, like, I know, I think, I don't remember who it was. I don't remember if it was Thorn or Thalion, but someone from the community made a post on the Total War subreddit. So, like, if you, or not the subreddit, sorry, the forums. So, like, if you have a forums account and you want to, like, pop in there and just be like, yeah, I agree with this, I would love to see this, it'd make me happy, then please, 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 for the love of God, take 2 minutes out of your day and go do that. Every vote counts. I should be able to shoot him. I can see the fat fuck right there. They should have a quest battle for Miao Ying and Zhao Ming. Unfortunately, that is not something I can agree with. I would... Once upon a time, that would have been an awesome thing to strive for. But unfortunately, I think the time for that has passed us by a fair margin. I'm so close to 50 to do dailies on this bitch. 45? Getting to 50 would be so nice. Because if I can get to 50, I could do fucking dailies, which would be wonderful. Ooh. I just got a cool invitation from some kind of VTuber person. I do love my VTubers. Like, for when it comes to Miao Ying and Zhao Ming, instead of them having a quest battle, I would much rather they both get dedicated mechanics. Like, let's make the Great Bastion exclusive to Miao Ying. Like, the actual mechanic revolving around it. And she gets, like, let's make it where she gets, like, a bunch of really powerful buffs when she, like, builds up the walls. Like, the stronger she makes them, the more power she gets from it. As she, like, earns her father's favor, and maintains control over the forges of Nangao. And then Zhao Ming, let's give him, like, an alchemist mechanic, which is all about him using his alchemy and his metal magic to, like, buff the caravans and buff the soldiers, in his armies. And, like, maybe he can create his own magic items. Like, I feel like there's a lot of cool shit that could be done, with just a little bit of investment to help those two, like, stand apart from one another. Well, well, well. If it ain't Hugh fucking Getty. How you doing, Hugh? It's good to see you. Hope you're doing well, brother. I love when I hit the wrong button. It's just the best feeling in the world. I'm so glad they made this boss way less annoying than he used to be. All eyes on me. I need to re-up my dots. What should Krokgar have? A tic-tac-toe? Tic-tac-toe kinda has some gimmicks. Like, he's got enough gimmicks to tic-tac-toe is he's weird. You could do something with him. I'd have to sit and think about it, to be honest. Krokgar is actually really hard. Krokgar may not sound hard, but he's actually very difficult because Games Workshop didn't really give him anything that translates that well into a mechanic. Like, he is a very, from like a Total War standpoint, he's kind of very basic. Like, it's really hard to think of something to do with Krokgar. Bro, I hate the toads. Meow. All Chorf characters? Chorfs would probably never get individualized mechanics more than they currently have. They don't do that with the DLC factions. Like, if you are, if you're a part of a DLC race, you're kind of SOL on that one. Like, I don't think they're ever gonna make like the Vampire Coast characters notably different, or the Tomb King characters notably different, or the Vampire Coast characters notably different. I already said that. Or the Wood Elf characters notably different, the Beastman characters notably different. Unless they're like a DLC lord. Maybe I'm wrong. I would love to be wrong on that, but that's just not something I see as likely. I tend to be much more interested, but not interested, but worried about like base game factions. Like Krokgar is a good example of a character that I think should be attended to. I'm not as worried about like the DLC groups because they tended to have enough meat in their mechanics, their like baseline systems, that they're fine. They're not perfect, but they're interesting enough. Malekith would actually be pretty straightforward to fix. With Malekith, you would just do the Black Council. They need to make the Black Council a mechanic. And that would be perfect for Malekith. I could very easily envision in my head how to do it. What about a Malachi-like mechanic? Like in the sense that it's like a series of adventures? I could maybe see Krokar getting like something like Arbal's mechanic, where he like gets missions to go hunt down and kill like major threats to the Great Plan. But that's what Oxiodal does. See that Krokar is tricky because it's like a lot of stuff where I'm like, oh, this would make sense for him to do. Somebody else already does it. Polite Psychopath. Hey, how's it going, dude? Nice beard. It's a little raggedy at the moment, but I think it could definitely use with a bit of a trim. Like, not hardcore, I just need to kind of shape it up a little bit. But hope you're having a great day, my dude. Or evening, or whatever. Wherever you are on this big old planet of ours. Mage Ballad! Oh, fuck. Mine's at least 4 times longer than Dragon. There we go. Like, I'm trying to grow it out, but it's you know, it is a trial. One that I'm happy to be on the path of, but it's that awkward, like, journey of trying to get it to be as long as possible while also making sure I don't look like I crawl out of a rat's nest every day. I didn't pronounce it right, Hugh? Then how do you pronounce it? Like, write down the pronunciation, so I can get it right. I just look hopeless. You know. What can you do, right? Listen, looking homeless is the style in plenty of circles, all right? It's just having style. That's all it is. Alrighty. Garbo and Garbo. Epidemius or Scrag mechanic for Krokar? I struggle to imagine how that would work. I'm gonna be honest. Gonna quest for a little bit. Alright, let's do this. 'Tis good to see you return, Dalcarius, and a more seasoned still for your time in the world. Call me a spoony bard, but as a man in the winter of his years, it gives me great joy to observe an adventurer in the spring of his. This is an odd time for recollection, but it was a spring day when the bard first came to my hometown. He played the most sorrowful chords, even as his words tantalized the ear like the breath of one's first love. Many a maiden's heart was stolen during his visit, and doubtless more besides. Damn! I'm so used to watching VTubers, kind of a shock to see a flesh tuber with such a clean green screen. I don't think my green screen's that clean, but thanks, I appreciate that. Hawk, how could you do this to me? How could you flatten me like this? Dalcarius, would you believe that common bards, too, were born of archers? This may seem far-fetched upon first hearing, but it isn't so far a stretch. Ask yourself this. What becomes of soldiers when conflict gives way to peacetime? Some have lives they might return to, aye, but most must needs take up a new trade to make ends meet. Well, it so happened that many who had once bent the bow took to strumming the harp. They wandered the realm, singing passionately and earnestly of the war as seen through their own eyes, of sweet victories and bitter defeats, of sacrifice and cowardice. Their songs so captured the imagination of the people, nary a day passed that a bard was not called to perform, be it in a humble tavern or some great lord's hall. Alas, their popularity proved to be their downfall. Intoxicated by the attentions of the masses, the bards took to embellishing their songs in a bid to outdo one another. And over time, each song was shorn of verity, till the bard's repertoire contained not one shred of truth. By now you will know that such songs have no purchase upon men's hearts. Certainly a bawdy tune may set off fits of laughter in a sailor, and a sorrowful ballad summons tears from the eyes of a soft-hearted maiden. Yet these are but pale shadows of what songs can achieve. For a blessing, this decline did not escape the notice of the Mughals. As great patrons of the arts... Oh, Jesus, what? Something got caught there for a second. As great patrons of the arts, they feared that the true power of song might be lost to mankind. So it was that they labored to gather and safeguard those crystals known as souls of the bard, that they might be bestowed upon worthy men and women. Now, well as I know you relish listening to my sermons, I dare say it's past time we moved on to the practical side of the lesson. I know I have mentioned this previously, but tell me, are you perchance familiar with the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool? Nay? Well, that won't do at all. We must remedy this post-haste. The song recounts the massacre of Griffin Crossing, a battle that took place decades past, wherein countless Gridanian lives came to a premature end. But do forgive me. I seem to have mistaken the proper order of things. Before I begin, I must be convinced that the point of the tale will not be lost upon you. Elsewise, I will have wasted my breath in the telling of it. Now, heed well these instructions. You must make your way to Welwick Wood, where resides a mated pair of aldgoats that have but recently lost a kid. The pair has been driven mad with grief, and only death will put an end to their uncontrolled rampages. Linger in their territory until you encounter the beasts, then let fly your arrows of mercy. As you liberate them from their sorrow, so too shall your soul resonate with the echoes of poignant melody. Alright, sure, I'll go murder the bereaved, the poor bereaved creature parents. Sure, yeah, I guess. Have I considered making a voice acting demo, posting it on YouTube, or to apply for VA jobs? No. No, I have not. But I maybe, I guess, possibly. I don't know. I have a lot of friends that are VTubers. Well, yes, they are VTubers, but they're also voice actors. That's what I actually meant to say. The other, I have a lot of friends that are voice actors, and it's like I don't feel like I have any adequate experience or training in the subject matter. To be frank, I'm just sort of bullshitting my way through things. My last name is Gedne. So would it be Gedne? If the goal is to make it more like British sounding, I suppose. Instead of Gedne. I feel bad just murdering these goats.
X200. What if episode idea? What if Age of Sigmar got compressed into one last world and 4 other races would pop up? Pretty much explore the narrative on how it would happen before the canon lore tells you.
That could actually be a very fun idea for an episode, Karenshima. Just doing like a fuck it, we'll do it ourselves and try and like predict what's gonna happen. Well, I don't know if I would be predicting so much as being like, if I had to do it, here's how I would. Even though I would rather just not do it. Welcome back, Dalcaris. I can almost hear the cries of mourning that have seared themselves into your soul. That you remain unbowed by such anguish is a testament to your spirit's fortitude. Yet, even as your heart swells to contain these new experiences, you must not neglect your skills with the bow. A resilient heart must needs have a robust body in which to beat. Once you have trained both to equal strength, then I shall perform for you the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool. We got Army's Pain to self and all party members within 50 yalms, increasing direct hit rate by 3%. Nice. Who cares, man? I have a lot of musician friends who put me in chain doesn't mean I don't post. Yeah, you know, you have a fair point. You have a fair point. Do it or you're Gage. I could be Gage, I'm not, but I could be. You think I'd care? Singing Army's Pain will display the actions corresponding song gauge, indicating the time's remaining effect. Stripper, the reduced weapon skill, cast time, and recast time. Okay, cool. Hey, now I've got 2 songs. I'm gonna move these down here for now. There we go. Ooh, Reign of Death. That sounds fun. Welcome back, Dalcaris. By your tranquil countenance, it is plain that both your body and soul are in readiness for the next stage of your journey. Very well. The time is ripe that I teach you the Ballad of the Vainglorious Fool. The song tells the tale of an archer of the god's quiver, whose peerless skill was surpassed only by his hubris. Alas, that hubris led to the annihilation of his entire regiment at the battle, which has come to be called the Massacre of Griffin Crossing. Ahem. Standing guard in dead of night, an archer wearying of the sight, drunk on pride and starved of glory, forsook his post to claim victory. 10 score yalms had the archer crept, when shrieks rang out whence his comrades slept. For he was not there to see the knives, nor to ring the bell and save friends' lives. Tell me, Dalcaris, what lessons can be learned from this tale? Ah, but hold that thought. What your tongue claims to understand interests me not. As before, I'd sooner have you demonstrate the fruits of your learning with bow in hand. This time, however, you shall have the pleasure of my company. I would have you escort me to the Gelmora ruins in the North Shroud. It is there that some few fallen from the massacre of Griffin Crossing have been laid to rest. Pray honor this place of remembrance with a bouquet of lilies. Heed me, O Pussy into Althic. Cast thee back to the reigns of the firmament, that we might gaze upon the battles of yore. Don't make me go through all your VODs, make a demo reel. That would be terrible. Yeah, that's something you're right. I should very much probably put on my to-do list. So is Nagash a faction pack or just another Tomb? No, he's a brand new race. The Undead Legions are a completely brand new race. They are not Tomb Kings. They're not Vampire Counts. They're not Vampire Coast. They are Undead Legions. That being said, many of the units that will be coming with Nagash will also be added to appropriate rosters. So like Tomb Kings, Vampire Counts, and Vampire Coasts will get goodies out of Nagash's pack. Excuse me. Goddamn hiccups. Alright, here we go. Nemea Lilies. Exhal! The enemy van! Yo, are we getting a PTSD arc right here at the end? No, I cannot. Wait, he was the Vainglorious? Why? Why do I still draw breath? You know, I wasn't really fucking with the Bard storyline just yet, but now things are getting good. That a sin of the past would beget another. Forgive me, Dalcarius. That's why he hasn't been teaching anybody how to shoot. It's not that he, like, didn't want to or he was too goody two-shoes about it. He's got PTSD about shooting. That's actually super cool thematically. You have the Bardamore Barty Bros, but he's old! He's an old man! Wait, is that a fucking healer? Old man can be Barty? I don't know what that means. Did Nagash accidentally resurrect the Tomb Kings, etc. with his ritual? He kind of. He deliberately resurrected all the Tomb Kings. He did not resurrect Cetra, though. Cetra's defenses on his tomb were so powerful that even Nagash's great ritual was not capable of waking him. As you have doubtless noticed, I am no longer capable of wielding a bow. I, whom they call the God's Bow. I had hoped that the years would take the edge off the memories, but I hoped in vain. Absolution does not come so easily. Heed me well, Dalcarius, for I shall reveal all to you. The man sung in the ballad of the vainglorious fool, whose hubris doomed an entire regiment. He and I are one and the same. Being no stranger to the bow, you will know that the archer's role in battle is that of support. His charge is to thin out the enemy line, that his comrades might gain ground in the field of battle. By that most basic of criteria, I was unfit to hold a bow from the first. Dang, dude. This went from easily the most least interesting of the A Realm Reborn storylines to, like, really fun. In my pride and lust for glory, I sent countless souls to a bloody grave. Good men and women all, with loved ones and bright futures awaiting them. I lost the will to live that day, becoming an empty husk of a man, tormented in sleep and wakefulness both for the memories of my crime. But the gods were not without mercy. They gifted me with song, that I might find a measure of solace in my wretched existence. A new melody resounds within you, I see. Though this outing was rather far departed from what I had in mind, that it still bore fruit gives me comfort. On that note, let us conclude the lesson. I dare say I have no cause to worry that you will repeat the selfsame mistake as the vainglorious fool. Dalcarius, I would be alone for a while. Take yourself back to camp. I shall make my own way there presently. Your empathy unlocks the echoes of an ancient melody within you. Reign of Death! It's so funny. What is your empathy taught you? How to murder. How to rain suffering and death upon my enemies. Huh. I suppose that is a lesson. I am glad to see you safely returned. Though I rasp my voice hoarse through the saying of it, I cannot tell you enough times how much I regret dragging you into such danger. And yet, there's more I would ask of you. If you would do me the kindness of lending your ear, then pray speak now. Polite Psychopath, have a great night. Thank you so much for coming by and hanging out with us. Hugh, take care as well. Have a good night. Reign of Death. Oh, he has a two-parter. Okay. You will listen to my request, though you know me for the vainglorious fool I am? I am humbled. The boon I ask of you is simple. I would have you sing for me. Will you sing for Jahantil? Yes. A heartfelt performance, masterfully delivered. You have come far in such a short time, my young apprentice. Sorry. Hearing your song this day, I am convinced that you are well on your way to surpassing me, as bard and archer both. Soon there will be naught left for me to impart to you. Dalcarius, you have proven yourself worthy of the consecrated garments worn by the true bards of old to honor the Keeper. I speak of the choral attire. The attire was entrusted to me when Puknopoki and I first met, deep within the Twelveswood. The Moogle and I had traded scarce more than a handful of words when he proffered to me the attire along with the soul of the bard. At the time, I knew not the true power of song, and so declined the gifts. But Puck no Pucky would not be denied. For all his good humor, the Moogle can be as unmoving as a rock. The attire chooses the wearer, not the other way around, he insisted, and I found myself yielding to his will. In mastering the verses of war, I won acclaim beyond my wildest dreams upon the field of battle. For a time, I was well pleased. Alas, my lust for glory knew no bounds, the consequence of which you are already aware. It was in the wake of the massacre of Griffin Crossing. Stricken with guilt, I wanted not more than the earth to open up to swallow me whole. I had lost the will to live, aye, but I was too craven to end it myself. And so I took to wandering aimlessly, in search of a place to die, far away from the judging eyes of men. Disillusioned with the power of song, I committed an act of folly. I scattered the choral attire across the realm. If truly the attire chooses its wearer, I challenged, then let it find its way back to me. Determined that I would not be proven wrong, I went to great pains to ensure that the attire would never again see the light of day, and the pieces now rest in places of peril. Being the proud fool that I was, it never crossed my mind that mayhap another was meant to don it. I would entrust the choral attire to you, Delcarius, but as you can see, you must needs brave the dangers to claim it. I shall mark its whereabouts on your map, but I can afford you no further aid beyond that. I am deeply sorry that my folly of years past has entailed this burden upon you, but Althric works in mysterious ways. In his wisdom, it may be that he has sent this trial to test your spirit. I mean not for my sentiments to encumber you, but I am convinced that you are the one chosen by the choral attire. But pray do not take that as a license for complacency. Trials wouldn't be such if they failed to tax one's ability. Stay ever on your toes, Delcarius, or would have you return whole of body, and bearing the 4 parts of my sundered raiment. That's very, very interesting. Heed me, O puissant Althric. Reverse thee the seasons turning, that we might gaze upon the battles of yore. This is the only one of the Realm Reborn quests where storylines where I feel like I had to go you have to go like notably out of that's not true. Some of the other ones actually had me do that as well. I'm just struggling to remember them because it's been a hot minute. I'm back. Okay. Well, let's go get ourselves some cool gear. Yeah, White Mage. White Mage was the wandering one. Like, normally it's like, oh, you get all the pieces except the chest piece, and then the chest piece is like the last one you get. Frayed sack. That was easy. Earth's gift. I'm gonna have to get food after this quest. I'm getting hangry. But I know there's plenty of stuff downstairs I can grab. Ooh, hello. I got a hunt for you there, boss. Oops. So I take it Reign of Death is like the AoE version of Bloodletter. Yep. Wild hog, sweet pig. Wild hogs are no laughing matter, though. They're actually fucking terrifying creatures. There it is. Raban's push. Man, he wasn't kidding. He hit this in some pretty weird fucking spots. And then Gold Leaf Dice. Oh, this is like way up in here. All right. Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-dum. Egg. Hello, Mr. Tree that I must murder. Pormesia, thank you very much for the super chat, my dude. So it's been over 5 months and we've not seen the old world news. Do you think they're cooking up something big? God, I hope so. I really, really hope so. I don't know when we're gonna hear about it. I hope we don't have to wait too much longer, because I'll tell you what, I am very, very desperate to hear about it. I would very much like to know what they are cooking. I think they're going to be cooking something, but what it could be is anyone's guess. Hopefully we kind of arrived near the end of what they initially planned, and we're starting to get into like fresh territory. But the only thing we can do is wait and see. Saya, thank you for the super chat. How would you build a final Demons of Chaos DLC to add what they're missing? So I would want... I'd want the units from the Storm of Chaos roster that we're missing. So that would be the Nurgle Demon Chariot, the Corn Chariot pulled by Skull Crushers, or Juggernauts. So Juggernauts of Corn pulling a chariot with blood letters on the back, and then you have like a weird Nurgly one that's pulled by a Nurgle demon. I would also love to get Dark Emissaries as a hero. I think Dark Emissaries would be a perfect hero for the Demons of Chaos faction. That would like be representatives of Be'lakor or the Demon Prince, as they like spread their will around the world, and that would let us get Dark Emissaries in the game as like a really fun hero type. And they would basically be the cultist, so they'd be the cultist equivalent for Be'lakor's faction, and they would be the only mortal unit that you would have in the roster. But they would act as your cultists, and they would be like wizards that have like a really fun, either a new lore of magic or perhaps just like they could have like a mix of like dark magic and like dark shadow and death magic or something. I don't know. I would also very much like to see, I don't know what I would do for, I'd have to think for a bit about like what kind of legendary character could lead the pack as far as like like I don't know what I would do for a legendary lord. That one's tricky. Because like Be'lakor is the only like notably famous. Why am I using AoE attacks? Be'lakor is like the only really notable undivided demon. I'm sure I could think of one if I sat on it. See, we have all the mounts we need. Trying to think if there's anything else anything else that we're missing. See, where is my, I don't think it's out here. Because we have the demonettes on the booby snakes now. Fireworm of Tzeentch. Fireworms of Tzeentch. That would be my next. So for like the three units that I would want would be the Chariot of Nurgle, the Chariot of Khorne, and the Demon Chariot of Khorne, the Demon Chariot of Nurgle, and then I'd also want the Fireworms of Tzeentch, which fireworms are like these really nasty chaos spawnish type creatures that like belch fire. There's been a couple of different iterations of them, but I think they would do really, really well. Yeah, that's what I'd do.
So, you have returned. Sound of body and mind, I trust. And you bear the full parts of the choral attire. I knew you for the true owner of these garments ere I heard your song. Since the day we met, your determination has reminded me of much that I have lost, and would have again. I have at last settled my heart on a matter that has plagued me for some decades. When my preparations are complete, you shall know of my decision. Until then, may your song lift the spirits of your allies, and your arrows sink the hearts of your foes.
Cool beans. Alright, so we could do our hunt log and then dungeons, which will get us to 50. And then we can, we'll be a 50. Okay, I have to get some food because my stomach is rioting against me. And if I'm going to stream for any longer, I need sustenance. So I'm going to do a quick be right back. I'm going to go make something downstairs and I'll come back up after that. So if y'all could just kind of sit tight, hold the fort. If anybody comes asking, you know, entertain them as best you can, I suppose. All right, I will return in just a little bit. Hold the fort. Oh. Okay. I have returned. Pizza? Nah, no pizza. I had pizza for lunch. We had one Red Baron, and I was like, I need to throw this box out with the instructions on it. So it's like, I'll just go ahead and make it. I need to use the restroom real quick. Man, okay, this might be like a tiny bit TMI. I'm so annoyed with my brother though. He bought me, I think it was my brother that bought these. My brother got me like underwear for Christmas, but for some fucking, like, they're comfy, sure, but the problem is, and the thing that keeps pissing me off, is that they don't have most men's underwear has like a little like slit in the front, so that when you gotta pee, you can just kind of, you know, do your business real quick. You don't have to like take, you know, pull everything down, all that shit. And for whatever reason, these underwear don't have that, and it's such a fucking hassle. I hate it. And today's laundry day, so like all the stuff I normally wear, I was washing and everything. So I was like, oh, I'll just wear these for today. And it's like, God, I forgot how fucking infuriating these are. Okay, let's go hunt some hippo surfs. Turn that off. There we go. Y'all miss me? Cause I missed you. Seriously, y'all give my life so much of its meaning, I don't think I'd want to do anything. Sadly, they're not surfing hippos. Could you imagine? A surfing hippo actually would probably be fucking terrifying, to be honest. Did I see your question? Oh, Saturino, good to see you. Was Cetra's weapon less powerful in the end times? You could argue yes, but it's never stated that way. There's never any commentary about the Blessed Blade of Pathra being weaker, but it's one of those things that's a little difficult, and it kind of depends on your interpretation of the setting. If you are someone like me that believes that the power of gods, the strength of gods, is completely dependent on the amount of worship and like offerings they get, like they have to be actively worshipped by many people in the world in order to people with souls, in order to maintain their power and strength. The Nehekaran gods, all of them, with the exception of Osirian, the god of the underworld, suffer immensely due to the fact that basically everyone in Nehekara has died. There's no new life being born. There's no new... and the amount of, like, offerings and stuff is very... I would argue that Pathra is significantly weakened as time goes on and on and on and on and on, leading into the end times. I think that makes sense. I don't I don't think it's something Andy would agree with. Granted, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I feel like Andy would really disagree with that interpretation. But that is my personal interpretation, is that many of the gods in such scenarios do genuinely get weaker. And I think we would see the weakening of the likes of Patra, like Cetra's blade would become less powerful with time. But to be very, very clear, that is simply my personal interpretation of events. I think the reason that the Scarab Brooch was such a big deal is because, unlike all of the other Tomb King gods, or Nehekaran gods, Usirian never weakened in power. Because all of the souls of the entirety of Nehekaran civilization were contained within his underworld. And he was where Patra used to be like the preeminent, like the most powerful god in the pantheon, the emperor of, basically the emperor of the heavens. He was kind of like your Assuran equivalent. Of the sun god was the big bad god in Cetra's lifetime, and throughout much of Nehekara. Eventually, he was supplanted in a sense by Usirian. And as their culture became more and more obsessed with death and what comes after death, the sun god and gods of life, or what matters that life revolve around, became less important, less observed, less worshippers, less power. And gods of death like Joff and Usirian swelled in power. Now, that's not to say Patra is weak. He is still an incredibly powerful god because he was the head of the pantheon. Yeah. Boulder Downs. Hopefully that makes sense. But that's just my interpretation. I would be willing to bet money that Andy has a different viewpoint. Though you could also argue that it's kind of a hilarious way to have an in-universe explanation for why the Blessed Blade of Patra was like insanely powerful in 6th edition tabletop, and then it got the fuck nerfed out of it. Like, the Blessed Blade of Patra was so much stronger in 6th edition than it was in 8th edition. It's like night and day difference. Tell us the lore of the Sword of 1,000 Truths. I don't recall that off the top of my head. The Sword of 1,000 Truths? What's the source material for that? Alright, that's us done here. We're off to Western Lenosha. Oh, South Park. That's not my repertoire. It sounds like a fucking Zinch weapon. Oh, the World of Warcraft episode. I fucking love that episode, dude. That episode was literally the most peak thing South Park ever did. It was so goddamn funny. Like, not only was it hilarious, but they worked so hard on it too. Oh, that was a fucking funny episode.
How do you kill that which has no life?
The entire fucking storyline. I love when they get to the end of the whole story and they're like, well, what do we do now? Now we can actually play the game. And then they just start having to like try and raid. That whole storyline it's marvelous. It perfectly encapsulates so much nerd culture. Some nerd. I need 5 of those? Oh, great. And this just turned into a fate. Oh, okay. This fate's in my level range, though. So, yeah, that's fine, I guess. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. No, that's not what I wanted to target. Fuck. I'm in so much trouble. I am in so much trouble. Ah! Run away! Run away! I would love to do this, but I've got to do it from a position of safety because I'm a weak little bard. Okay, I can do this. I just have to do it from a safe place. We gotta kind of clear the lane here. They killed my chocobo. Bards are never weak. Well, not necessarily weak, but we are fucking squishy. Why is my chocobo over there? Bro, I gotta I have to get to the fate before I can even do it. I got the damage. So long as I don't get just completely surrounded. Oh yeah, I've got the deeps. Their aggro range is so big. Come and get it while it's hot! There we go. Oh, some nice little bonus experience. Could you not, sir? Fuck off! Ugh. Get me out of here! The Isles of Umbra. Okay. Oh, that's like way the fuck over there. Alright. Statorino, thank you so much for the 19 months. Thank you very much for your continued support, my dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Delicious. Okay, then we gotta find some kind of bird. Oh, they're down this way. I need to kill 2 of those, okay? Get barraged, idiot! Alright, we're done here. Next is East Shroud. And there's 2 things we need in East Shroud. We need the Sylphlands and Lark's Call. Prometeo, thank you for the super chat. When and how was the Force of Lauren born, Sotek? And what thing does cause the elves inside not to oppose or renovate the magic forest? So, we do not know the exact date of the founding of Athel Loren. But what we do know is that Athel Loren was created by the Old Ones. So the Old Ones were the entities that planted this crazy magical forest that was full of living spirits that inhabited like every micro inch of it and made into such a they planted the Oak of Ages. Essentially, the Oak of Ages was something that was crafted by the Old Ones themselves, and why precisely they did this, hard to say. You know, knowing them, probably part of some kind of grand anti-chaos scheme. But regardless, So we don't know much about like the how. We just know that they did it. When it comes to the what thing does the cause? Okay, so when it comes to the elves are bound to Athel Loren through a pact that was made between the Everqueen and Durthu, where during the cataclysm, so when chaos first entered the world and everything was on fire and it was awful and terrible, Durthu spent much of his time living in Ulthuan because he loved Avalorn. Durthu tended to the trees in Avalorn because he hoped to awaken Avalorn as a forest, just like Athel Loren had been awakened. Now, according to the lore that talks about that, it very explicitly states that Durthu fails in his objective. That despite his efforts, the efforts of him and other forest spirits, they are never able to successfully awaken another forest the way that Athel Loren is awakened, because it's unique due to the shenanigans of the old ones. But there's like older lore kind of conflicts with that, because older lore is very much like no, like Avalorn is basically just Athel Loren, but like it's different, but they're very similar. But in any event, so when the Cataclysm was going on, and if you actually want to get into the nitty gritties of this, Pormesia, I did a lore video on Durthu on my channel. It's not crazy old, but it's not super new either. It's one of the ones I would very much like to redo. But I go over all the details of that. We've also done a Lorebeards episode on him, on Durthu, where we really go into detail on that. So if you're interested, I would highly recommend checking out either of those for all the details. But the TLDR is that the Everqueen was in Avalorn, and Durthu was there helping them fight because he loved Avalorn and he wanted to try and save it. And he fought alongside the elves and yada yada yada. He had a very close relationship with the elves. But found an A rank. Come join the fun. Essentially, the legions of demons managed to break into Ulthuan. They break through Ulthuan's defenses in kind of a surprise attack, and Nakari, leading the demons of chaos in this part of the world, pushes into Avalorn successfully, and basically takes the fight to the elves, pushes all the way deep into Avalorn, and goes after the Everqueen. And her two children were with her, Yvraine and Morellian. And so the Everqueen turned to Durthu and begged him, just absolutely begged him to save her children. And that she would do anything, literally anything, to have her children spared from what was to come. This would ultimately result in Durthu, after hemming and hawing for a bit, Durthu makes a pact with her, because he can't just do it, where he's about to basically do something that is utterly and strictly forbidden, which is taking mortals into the weave, or the root network, the world roots of the Oak of Ages. And so he says, okay, tell you what, I will save your children. I will commit this deeply, deeply forbidden act, and I will save your children. But in exchange for this, at some time in the future, you must give to the forest of Athel Loren many of your future children. And by children, he doesn't mean like her direct descendants, he means the elves, because she's the Everqueen, so she represents their people. So he says, you must give the elves, your children must, in exchange for this, at a later date, we will call the what you owe us. And when that time comes, we will claim a significant number of your children in return for this. Which was Durthu basically trying to finagle his way through a magical contract that would allow him to save her children, while also allowing him to move events in such a way that he could better protect Athel Loren, or so he hoped. Now, we know it's obviously much more complicated than that, because Durthu ends up deeply regretting, letting the elves into Athel Loren, though whether or not what he did was a good idea or a bad idea is a matter of debate. I think from an out-of-universe perspective, it is easily argued that Durthu did the right thing for the safety of Athel Loren, and he gave it a better chance of surviving than if he hadn't done that. But a lot of really fucked up shit does happen because of the elves. But, so, later, during the War of Vengeance, when the elves are at war with one another and shit's really hitting, the elves are at war with the dwarves and shit's really hitting the fan, the forest of Athel Loren calls to them. The forest itself begins to sing, and it calls the elves to it. And so many elves hear this strange compulsion, this strange, like, song in their hearts that draws them to Athel Loren. And there's also, like, a lot of refugees that head towards it and all this stuff. But they travel there, and it leads to them forming a relationship with the forest, and eventually they become bound to it. So the forest changes them, but they change it in turn, and they basically act as its guardians. But unlike the forest spirits, because they are material creatures, they're not spirits, they are significantly less vulnerable to the whims of the forest. So, like, kind of think of it as like, if you have a garden, right? If you have a garden in your front yard, and you care a lot about your plants, you know that you cannot just trust your plants to do the right thing. You've got to kind of babysit them. And you have to make sure that they eat the right stuff, and you have to make sure it doesn't grow into the wrong places. You have to make sure that if it gets sick, or if it's rotting, or it has a disease or something, that you trim off the infected parts. Like, you really gotta baby shit that shit. You cannot just trust your garden to take care of itself, because if you do, it's gonna grow wild, and many parts of it are going to die. Or it might get taken over by an invasive species, or it might, like, so many bad things can happen. So what the elves are is they're basically bound gardeners whose job is that because they stand apart from the forest, they are capable of sort of looking at it and saying, you know what? We need to make sure Athel Loren doesn't overexpand. Because if the forest expands too recklessly, then it's going to basically outgrow its own resources. And the forest is going to have to adapt to become something truly terrible in order to survive if it ends up stretching, like, all the way to the ocean. Or if it's, like, trying to devour the cities of humans, that is going to attract the ire of humans, which is dangerous, and could have terrible ramifications. So we need to make sure that we put down, like, these great warding stones or barrier stones that ensure that the forest does not grow beyond what is healthy for it to grow, etc., etc. And that's kind of how that relationship works. hopefully that makes sense and that answered your question. No, I don't want a Lintic mud puppy. I want a regular mud puppy. I guess I'll come back in a second. Pretty sure I'll end up needing one of these idiots. There they is. You saw me from all the fucking way over there, you annoying shithead. I don't think there's any more of those guys outside, so we'll go inside. Let's see. Here's one. Oh my. Alright, you just need one more mud puppy. Hello there, sir. Are you doing this fate? I shall join you. Oh, that was the last mud puppy I needed, so that was convenient. We're off to... where? Oh, that's North Thanaland. Okay. We need to go to Silver Tier. It'll be faster to teleport. You know, Ritz crackers are so simple, but god damn are they delicious. It's just a perfect salty little treat. Alright, we're looking for hippogriffs. There we go. Octocraft, how are you? Hello. I hope you're doing well today. What is the actual origins of the Ever-Chosen Shadow? Was it man-made? I believe it revolves around a prophecy. Which means it was probably made by the gods and then sort of passed down via visions and that kind of shit. Southern Thanaland. Pormesia, thank you so much for the super chat. So the spokesperson of the Forest of Lore made a pact with the elves. Whoever had come for guidance and shelter, thy shall be residents, and whoever shall be the residents, they shall die for it. Essentially, yes, that's exactly it. Apparently apparently I showed up just in time for a giant sandworm fight. Could y'all chill? I don't know if I can beat this. This dude kind of sucks. I don't suppose anyone would be willing to come to the southern Thanaland thingy real quick and help me murder this giant worm in the next 2 minutes. I don't know why I decided I'm going to kill this thing, but I guess I decided I'm going to try. Hey, Hawk. This guy's AoEs are freaking huge. Thank y'all. What a big bitch. Bring it down, bring it down. Nice. Good job. That was very random, but cool. Thank you. It's like, Jesus, we're drowning in sandworms. I mean, okay, y'all. Okay, yeah, we're doing great. Leonardo, yeah, that's how I've kind of come to view the in-game crises as well. Like they're so good for like sparing you from being like, oh god, I'm trapped in this stupid shit for eternity. Was there ever a case of good beastmen? Not that we've ever directly heard of, but hypothetically, yes. But never one that's been, like, particularly noted. Oops. How dare you paralyze me, you little shit. Alright, now we're off to Northern Thanaland. and into the blue fog. Fuck you! I always love when the hunt quest you need ends up lining up with a event or a fate. Works out very conveniently. Alright, we did it. We finished the Archer hunt log. Nice, 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 nice. Dial shit!
Yes, yes. Good. I accept your offering for Molder Clan.
Alright, that's another hunt quest, or hunt log done.
1,240 donated 50 Australian dollars.
Oh, I never finished
if
the
we're getting
Arcanist
some
one?
overhauls to the crises with Lot
What?
80, then Archaean, Nagash, and the rise of the Scarven.
That's
all
not gonna
make
stand. I'm
sense.
gonna have to do that at
But
some
it would
point.
be
I'm gonna
nice
do it
to
right now,
have
though.
A couple order crises as well. Maybe a.
Scion, thank you very, very much for the super chat, dude. Thank you so much. If we're getting some overhauls, crises, Lord of the Entities, Archaeon, Nagash, the Rise of the Skaven all makes sense, but it would be nice to have a couple of order crises, maybe a great purchase of the Lizardman, some by the Dragon Emperor. Yeah, I would love a Cathayan one. A Cathayan one would be great. Alright. Time to run dungeons until I hit 50. Oh, I can do Arum Vale now. Yippee. Well, we can go do Beast Quest while we're waiting. I just noticed how cool Kazrak model is. Yeah, he's got a nice mini. Are you talking about, like, his Total War Warhammer model, which is much better, to be fair? His mini's okay. It's definitely dated. Oh. I can do this quest as... we'll do Dragoon, that's fine. Wait, what? Whoa, it didn't reset my beast allowances? That fucking sucks. That's weird. It should have. I wonder it's because I have a standing one with the, these idiots. Parmesia, thank you for the super chat. Magical Forest in Total War Warhammer 3 named Orion's Camp of the Southlands. Do you think the rumored Wood Elf / Tomb King starter box will happen to have... No, it'll have nothing to do with that. I'm pretty sure Games Workshop knows nothing about that. I would say no, because if the rumored Tomb King versus Wood Elf box is gonna happen, it's gonna be about the Tomb King invasion of Athel Loren. Because that's what the current narrative has been building to, is that there is a big Tomb King army literally about to invade Athel Loren. Wow, I look really stupid. That's okay though. How good is the Seraphon's ability to predict future events? Meh. Decent. Better than most. They're not... I don't think they're the best at it. Tzeentch is probably the best at when it comes to, like, predicting fate. The Lizardmen are pretty good. Or Seraphon, rather. Like, Lord Croak is pretty goddamn decent. We actually see him use prognostication powers. We see him using those powers in the Broken Realm storyline, where he just shows what's gonna happen to Gardas Steel Soul. I'm just gonna go murder shit. What's a little mass murder? You're not getting away! Hey, there we go. Perfect timing. I love when a cue pops at the exact right moment. I got deeps for days. Scion, thank you for the super chat. How many Horus Heresy books and or Siege Terror books can I brave you to listen to, and how much we need per book? Let's go one at a time. I just started listening to Horus Rising today. When I took Sadie on a walk, that's what I was listening to. So let's just take our time. Let's go one at a time. If I like them, then I'll be open to it. If I really fucking hate them, then maybe not so much. But so far, so good. I've been enjoying it. Yeah, because I listen to audiobooks when I walk my dog. Does Sigmar die of old age in the fantasy Rising? I assume you mean the fantasy setting? In the original storyline of the Warhammer Fantasy world, Sigmar, we don't know how he dies, because when he's old, he abdicates the throne, and he leaves on a journey to go see, King... Oh my gosh, I'm having a huge brain fart. He goes to see the Dwarf High King, whose name is escaping me at the moment. He's never seen again. So he goes off to the east, and then he just sort of vanishes. It's believed by many that he basically died of old age, but it's not known exactly what happened, as far as, like, was he killed by, like, a creature? Was he on his journey and he eventually maybe made it to the dwarfs, and then when he was tired he laid down and died? Did he get sick? There's a lot of things that could have happened, but we don't know the details. It's a big mystery what happened to Sigmar at the end of his mortal life. Yeah, King Kurgan Ironbeard, that is correct. High King Kurgan Ironbeard. Come on, build up my song, build up my song. There we go. $49! I'm so close! I'm so close to the 50. Because people start worshiping as a god when they know he's a man like anyone else. The cult of Sigmar was started after his death by Johann Hellstrom. He was someone that very much viewed Sigmar as like more than a man, as someone that was capable of becoming something divine, and he basically decided to make the cult of Sigmar a good couple of decades after Sigmar's abdication. But I mean, it's a cult, and he basically ran around being like, Sigmar was such a badass, Sigmar was so cool and awesome, that clearly when he left, the reason we didn't hear from him and we don't know what happened to him is because he ascended to godhood. When he left, he went out and the gods called him, and Ulrich drew him up to the realm of the gods, where he crowned him as king of the gods, because Sigmar is just that fucking cool. And everyone was like, okay, yeah. Well, not everyone, but like, it took a while for Sigmar's divinity to catch on as like a popular concept in the Empire, but it was very popular in Altdorf and the Reichland. Like the places where Sigmar was from, they were like, hell yeah. Obviously, one of our guys would be a god. But Sigmar is very much like a Christ figure in the sense that he is a, well, depending on how you view such things, he is seen as, he is a man who ascended to godhood. He was a man that was so good and noble and powerful that he transcended mortal bounds. Are Bestigors meant to be stronger than Marked Gors? Yes. Marked Gors are basically just Gors that have a quirk, like a fun little gimmick. Bestigors are the elite. Like they are the best. Even though I believe their Bestigor is supposed to be a more of a reference to the term bestial, but you could also argue that it's the, you know, they're the best Gors, so they're the Bestigors. But they are like top. In theory, could you have marked Bestigors? Yes. You could have Bestigors with one of the marks of chaos on them. And those would be quite spooky. How far have I gotten in Horse Rising? Not that far. I think I finished chapter 2 while I was walking. It's pretty good so far. They got me, admittedly. They got me with the whole, I was there the day Horus killed the Emperor opening, and I was like, we're starting with this? And then you get the whole thing about like, oh, okay, it's a different guy called the Emperor. Ah. I was like, on the walk, I was confused for like a good, I was probably confused for like a good 5 minutes. When they're like, ah yes, the Emperor of Mankind on the 3rd planet from the sun. And I'm like, the 3rd planet? Don't they mean the 4th planet? I need marble fruit. No, I didn't hit 50. I'm so close. I'm so close to 50. Oh, that's such a tease. Oh, that sucks. Like, I'm close enough that it's like, man, I shouldn't have to run an entire another dungeon. Did Zinch create the Skaven? No, he did not. The Great Horned Rat created the Skaven. But there are many people that believe that it was Zinch, just under a disguise. I personally do not believe that. It is my personal belief that the Horned Rat created himself, because shit gets weird. A trial? It's actually very funny. Well, I'm gonna go do another. I'm gonna just go do a fate over here. Maybe a fate will get me strong enough. If I kill enough shit in rapid succession. I can do this all day. Is the Great Horned Rat a minor Chaos God? Yes. Though, yes. In fantasy, he is a minor Chaos God. In Age of Sigmar, he has recently ascended to being a major Chaos God. Weren't the Beastmen in the first... Weren't Beastmen the first book of the Knights of Bretonnia series? Yes, the Beastmen do feature as the primary antagonist, kind of, mostly, essentially. Oh, I just realized I think I misunderstood how chain bonuses work. I thought chain bonuses were as long as you keep killing an enemy, the timer refreshes. That's not what it is. It's you have like a limited amount of time from like your second kill, I guess, to just kill as much as you can. So it's better about getting a lot of enemies and like AoE killing them instead of like chaining a bunch of enemies. Which kind of sucks. Especially when I can't fucking find anything. Oh, jeez. I'm coming. Give me a second. All right, this should definitely get me to 50. This should definitely get me to 50. Mr. Pig! Hey, how are you? Oh, cool. This is somebody new. She's never had the chance to kill Garuda. Good old Garuda. Hey! Bruh, I'm just shy. Alright, I'm gonna finish leveling up by just killing random shit. I literally need 17 experience points. 1-7. 1-7. That is the edgiest edge I've ever seen. And this snake's about to get its ass obliterated. Yo, let's go! I'm a big boy now! Let's do it. Battle voice. Increases direct hit of self and all party members by 20%. Damn! Okay, that's actually really good. Hold on, before I do that, let me do this. Alright, here we go. You have done well, my young apprentice. In returning with the choral attire, you have reaffirmed my faith in you. I see no further reason to withhold from you the existence of the final piece in the set, the piece that brought us together. Listen well, Dalcarius. When I put down my bow, I vowed never again to set foot in the Twelveswood. That I now forsake my oath is for no other reason than to impart my knowledge to one who would succeed me. Lest you wonder why I should deem that so important, permit me to relate to you an event which brought about a great change in me. My most recent journey had taken me to Uldar, where I found myself ambling through the marketplace early one morn. Browsing the wares on display, mine eyes were met with a relic from my past, a piece from the choral attire that I had discarded decades before, countless moons away. I felt at once that it was not mere chance that had reunited me with it, and put forth the coin with nary a pause. Holding the garment in my hands, I resolved to find a worthy heir to my legacy. Alas, no sooner had I arrived in the Twelveswood than I found myself mobbed by archers seeking to hone their skills. Amongst those who came, not a one showed the least interest in poetry and verse. Sorely discouraged and regretting my decision, I made to strike camp and leave the Twelveswood once more, never to return. It was then that you appeared, young one. When you expressed your desire to learn song, I could scarce contain my joy. Looking back, I am fully convinced that our meeting had been preordained. Your coming has instilled me with the courage to attend that matter of which I spoke earlier. I am ready to make a pilgrimage to the scene of my regiment's demise. Ever since that fateful day, I have been haunted by visions of my fallen comrades, torment graven upon their bloodied faces. Lost to hope, but too craven to end my own life, I wandered the land aimlessly, seeking a place to die. But the heavens denied me even that. Yet just when it seemed that despair would draw me wholly into its black abyss, never to emerge again,
a melody resounded within me. It was then that I awakened to the power of song and found new purpose in life. I embarked upon a journey to master such verses as would bestow peace upon the fallen, that I might lay the tortured souls of my comrades to rest. It has taken long years, but now I believe I can offer a requiem worthy of my comrades. To do so, however, I require one last favor of you, Delcarius. I would have you escort me to the west of the Observatorium in the Corthus Central Highlands. It is there that we shall find the scene of my regiment's demise. Your presence kindles me with a courage I had thought lost. I would have none other by my side as I undertake this pilgrimage. Now, as I enter the most daunting stage of my life. Once you arrive, I ask that you pay your respects with another bouquet of Nemea lilies. When my requiem is sung, you shall have the final piece of the choral attire. Heed me, O puissant Alphic. Reverse thee the dance of the stars athwart the night sky, that we might ease the suffering souls long departed. Let's go!
Requiem for the Fallen. Have I played in a tabletop fantasy tourney? Yeah. I played in Warhammer Fantasy Grand Tournaments, like the big GTs. I used to be a decent menace back in the day. I was a damn mean Lizardman player. Yeah, I did big tournaments during Age of Sigmar, or Warhammer Fantasy 7th and 8th edition. I was really, really big into tourney play for both of those. And I also did competitive Age of Sigmar in 2nd edition AOS. And maybe 3rd? I think I did 3rd edition as well. Yes, I did, because I remember... Actually, no, sorry. I did a little bit of 2nd edition competitive, but 3rd edition AOS is when I went, like, really ham. That's when I went to I started going to grand tournaments again. And then I had kind of a bad experience, and I was like, I don't want to do this. Which is a shame, and I regret that in retrospect, but it's life. More Ixali?
We are surrounded, and our foe seems disinclined to listen to parley. You must survive this, Delcarius. My soul is overburdened with the deaths of too many dear companions. My bow! I cannot! You must! Does cruel fate seek to stain my hands once more? I shall aid you as best I can. Delcarius, to my side! No more lives will be lost to my folly. May my song envelop and protect you. Darkarius, you must not fall. Hear my song and be invigorated.
Nice. Oh, you visited your grandparents. That's awesome, Mr. Pig.
Darkarius, without you, I would not be standing here this day. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, my friends. I have kept you waiting over long.
Got him.
The Keeper be praised. I can wield the bow once more. It was you, young one, who helped me to remember how. I had known this for some time, but your presence is as a salve for the wounds of my soul. Your coming has delivered me from the nightmares of my past. My worthy successor, to you I entrust the final piece of the choral attire. Don it, and go forth to fill the hearts of men with courage and purpose. Though the seasons may turn, bending a man's back and dimming his eye, so long as there is life, there is reason to hope. Thank you, Darkarius, for showing me the truth of this. With the blood of my comrades upon my hands, to simply draw breath racked me with such guilt as I could not bear. But the time for mourning is past. I shall take up the bow once more, and lend what aid I can to the God's quiver. In fighting for those who yet live, I do my fallen comrades the greatest honor. Yet another melody resounds within you, I see, and there is not more I can impart to you. As equals, let us together give praise to life, and all the joy that it brings. Heed me, O puissant Althic. Turn thee over the hourglass of time, that we might exult in the glory of all creation. In thine exalted name we sing, that the Savior may savor life and the departed know true peace.
We did it! Your compassion unlocks echoes of an ancient melody within you.
I thank you again, Darkarius. You have blessed this old fool with the gentle touch of salvation. Eorzea awaits. Go forth now, and inspire hope and courage with the beauty of your songs. May we one day meet again.
Hooray! Battle Voice! This concludes the Bard quest for Final Fantasy 14, rather. You may now begin the next storyline. My inventory is so full of shit. This is the frilliest fucking outfit. What is this outfit? It's so silly looking. Oh my lordy. I look like a hoe. Alright. On the road again. Alright, my dudes. I think that is a perfect stopping place for the evening. We will begin grinding through... well, tomorrow we're probably actually going to start with Beast Tribe stuff. But we will begin our efforts of, like, hard grinding through, the Heaven's Word storyline for Bard next time. But I think this is a perfectly good stopping point. We got a lot of good shit done. We got a lot of really good shit done. Battle voice. Let's put over here. We're gonna do just a couple of quick little things. The two are in their 80s and they're two in their 90s, so it's always gonna seem. Dang! I'm jealous, dude. None of my grandparents made it to their 80s. Well, no, that's not true. My Mimi made it to her 80s, but she didn't live that long in her 80s. Most of my grandparents died relatively young. It's like when you think about like grandparents, most of them died in like their 70s, early 70s. Pink, I am indeed pink. I'm pink. I've got my pants slitted, so I'm showing a little bit of calf on display. It's very slutty. I highly approve. I'm gonna sell some random shit here. Destroy that. I can trade those. Sure, sell that, whatever. Sell that. Sell that. Sell this. 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 And this. So these. Not those. These. Oh, wait. Who's wearing vigil cuffs? No, none of my outfits should be wearing vigil cuffs. Huh. Whatever. I'll deal with that later. We are gonna go stash the coral set here in a moment. Hold on a goddamn second. Oops, I sold my boots from my summoner. Teehee. No, none of my outfits are wearing those things where it's like, oh no, you're wearing those. No, I'm not. No, no one is wearing these pants. You lie. No one is wearing these gloves. You lie. No, I'm not too bothered about rings, to be honest. Huh. Okay. Wait. I saw a blue item? Hmm. Bro, you have a grandparent that's 98. Wow, that's crazy. Very impressive. Good for them. I'm just glad they don't have any memory problems outside what you would just normally expect for their age. That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Yeah, memory stuff with the old folks is spooky shit. I have... how many do I have? 19? Anything cool I could get? You know, I'll take a wind-up succubus. We'll also take that orchestration roll. Well, congrats on having some durable family members, my dude. It's awesome. Oh, I can't start as a set? Are you kidding? That sucks. Oh well. Fine, I'll store it manually. Okay. I am actually curious what it looked like. I was in a bit of a rush. I should have put it on. Bard Archer. What? It's not in here. Oh. It's about as silly. It's about as silly. It's just a silly set. All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining me. I hope you had a good time just kind of hanging out and stuff. We got a lot of good shit done today. I'm very, very pleased with life today, generally. So, yeah. That's going to be it for us. I'm going to get to bed at a slightly more reasonable hour than usual, just by a little bit. I will find a place for us to raid and all that jazz. But I do want to thank you for taking the time out of your day to hang out with me. And I will see you all very soon. Have a lovely evening, and good night.